a line challenge? Good idea. The lines are quite short. Like no one. Send it. Are you visualizing success before you start? Are you waiting for just the right time? Do over. Let's give it another go. time. Quick restart. Start over. Go again. Yeah, knock those objectives out. Dentists agree. This challenge reduces cavities. You got this.
I gotta go eat something.
I'll be back. I gotta eat. I gotta go eat something.
You were born to roll.
Somehow that's all when I finish eating. I'm gonna holler at y'all when I finish eating. Hey! No!
When I finish eating,
Willie!
I'll jump back on after that. Hey! Willie!
This place, called the Roof of the World, makes people stop in their tracks. But
I'm Sarah, and I'm an attorney here at Atticus. It's no
As the plane approaches the South Tower, notice carefully the belly of the plane.
hey family, hope you guys are doing great and safe. I'm back with another video, so fasten your seatbelts. Let's get started. This clip is coming from a parking lot somewhere in India. This the devil appeared from nowhere and then it seems it gets evaporated in the sky. Let's see what happened.
Mr. Wizard. What's up, baby? I'm ready when you're ready. I'm probably gonna get two of them. I'm just pull 60 out.
Let's see what happened next.
Call me when you're ready. Call me when you're ready. All right, no problem. The same place. I got you. Yep. Hey. Good. I don't have to go right now. I can eat. Two of them. 62.
In the forests of Congo in Central Africa, locals discovered unusual charged stones that are capable of powering a LED light bulb. Let's see a demo in this clip.
again. Saposha, yeah. Nanti maju dulu.
This clip is coming from Telangana, India, where thunder strike flashed on the ground for 14 seconds like a ball. What is this rare ball of lightning phenomena called? Let me know in the comments below if you have any idea.
Could you operate that arm when it's not attached to you?
Yes. So that's the thing, and we posted about it on social media, and that's what everybody is like, this is crazy, mind
I just want to see, yeah.
We have,
We'll just have
completely wireless, so you can actually just attach the hand like that,
You're thinking about it.
and I can still operate it the same way as if it was attached. Make it move.
That is incredible.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. So I can do little tasks.
Oh, hell no.
About this clip, as per the description, it was mentioned that a ghost called.
I mean, you got neural network.
It seems so if you watch the clip. But as per my understanding, this kind of clips are very easy to make with the help of a clean suit. Like some person is under the cloth, and we can make him invisible in post editing. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments below. Guys, this is a cloudburst clip that is coming from Dehradun, India. Scary how an empty river starts flooding within seconds, leaving no chance to escape. Let's watch what happened next. A big shout out and special thank you to our lovely supporters Rose Painter, TJ Double White, TCF70 and GitPick for joining the bronze membership, Michael Raymond Balcott for joining the silver membership, and Michael Balcott and Crazy King Booster for joining the gold membership. You can also get a shout out like this. Click on join button and check it out. If you watch this clip, at first it seems it's surface of a different planet or moon, which you can see from Earth. Let me know what you think and watch this clip.
This place, called the Roof of the World, makes people stop in their tracks when they see it for the first time. In this region, where the sky feels like it's falling straight down, the highest peak is Moyle Simoni Peak. It stands at 7,495 meters above sea level. This area is known as the Pamir Plateau in Tajikistan, and its scenery changes with the location, weather, and season. The view unfolding before your eyes feels like a masterpiece painted by nature, with clear air and few clouds. The sunset paints the cliffs in glowing colors. An S-shaped road winds through the plateau, and due to the risk of altitude sickness and falling rocks, traveling with a local driver is considered essential.
A man found a clever way to make bike rides more comfortable using magnets. He started by finding two large magnets inside a thrown-away speaker. Realizing that magnets with the same poles repel each other, he got the idea to use these magnets to create a shock absorber for bicycles. He began by modifying the bike's structure. He added a steel plate to the bike's tripod section, modified a bicycle hub, and made adjustments to fit everything together. He then flattened some iron tubes, drilled holes, and shaped them to fit around the movable part of his design. After preparing the magnets, he secured them to the bike frame and ensured they were aligned properly. Then, he added a fresh coat of paint to make the bike look nice. Finally, he installed the magnets, which repelled each other and created a cushioning effect whenever the bike went over bumps. Excited to try his creation, he noticed a significant improvement in comfort due to the new shock absorber. How creative do you think this idea is on a scale from 1 to 10?
A rare red stripe. Lightning was seen in Tibet. Is this China who's doing some kind of testing? I don't know. What do you think? The family, reportedly from Sialkot, Pakistan, was having a breakfast by the river when sudden heavy rains upstream caused the water level to surge dramatically within minutes, catching them off guard. In this clip, you can see them standing on some upper ground surrounded by the water. I can't show you the last part of the clip in which all of them are swept away.
So this is a dream my dad's showing me. That they've been keeping track of all the floods and how high it gets over the years. As you can see, we've got a couple down here. That's 1977, used to be the benchmark. And then way up here is from Hurricane Helene.
Are you just sitting there?
Year-old Ayush Siddhapara has a typical after-school routine, but he's also balancing senior year with running a business.
I love building things. I also love seeing the things that I build actually in the real world.
The doorbell started as an 8th grade physics project.
Deadbolt is the most common type of door lock, and I learned the physics behind them are
An intruder can break down a deadbolted door in seconds.
Installing was fully garage door at first one. And my husband was surprised at how much force it can take when you put it from the outside.
How it works is it reinforces the door by using the strength of the frame. Most people's doors themselves are pretty weak, but the frame is very strong.
It anchors the door to the frame, and the proof is in the numbers. The patented design is at 15,000 homes, profiting more than $800,000. Experts at a defense and security trade show in Vegas reaffirmed his idea that this can also work in schools.
All the school mascots had a cool shooting express. It wasn't an actual feature, it was an express. That shook all the schools. The fact that something so tragic happened that quickly, I thought that I'd have the ability to do it.
Doorbells are now in several schools in Texas, California, and Pennsylvania. Part of the mission is making security more accessible.
I've been working on an initiative with Senator Arnold to get these doorbells in different communities.
The plan is to donate 100 of them to households in Maryvale. When it comes to solving a problem in your community, it all starts with a question.
If you believe you would never fail, how far do you think you would?
Super Typhoon Ragasa has been lashing Hong Kong with heavy winds and rain on September 24, causing damage in many areas, including the flattened Ocean Park Hotel. A massive sinkhole opened near a Bangkok hospital, measuring roughly 30 by 30 meters wide and 50 meters deep. The sinkhole settling cars and electricity poles, stunning commuters, and promoting an emergency response in Thai capital. Speculation mounted that the hole was related to nearby digging for a new underground train line. Officials have yet to confirm the cause of this incident.
He was once dismissed as a dreamer, but then the man who invented the time machine vanished into thin air. Years later, he reappeared with a shocking truth that left the world questioning everything they thought they knew. But I swear to you, when that screw disappeared, I felt time bend. That was the first sentence Mike Markham ever said on the radio. It aired live on Coast to Coast AM in January 1995, a paranormal call-in show hosted by Art Bell. Mike sounded calm but determined, explaining in plain terms how he had rigged a modified Jacob's ladder, two arcing electrodes used in high-voltage experiments, with a laser to stabilize the arc. He said it created something strange, a ripple, a blink, something that made a steel screw vanish, and reappear half a second later. The radio silence on the other end wasn't from disbelief. It was from attention. What followed next was part genius, part madness. Mike admitted on air that he had stolen 6 industrial transformers from a local power company to power his project. That theft caused a major brownout in rural Missouri and and within weeks of the broadcast, Mike was arrested. News of the Time Machine Man broke in local papers, but the media didn't dive deeper. Most saw him as a quirky oddball with a criminal record and a dream too big for his garage. But not everyone. Letters poured into the radio station. Some were from physicists urging him to stop before something irreversible happens. Others were from fans begging him to try again, to go further. One envelope including $500 in cash. No return address. When he got out of jail 60 days later, Mike was more obsessed than ever. He swore off stolen parts and started collecting second-hand Transformers legally. He also acquired a camcorder, promising to document the entire process next time, step by step. He reappeared on Coast to Coast AM in late '96, sounding different, nervous, rambling even. He spoke of feedback loops, of objects stuttering, of animals getting sick after passing through the vortex. "I'm almost there," he said. "I just need more power and a cleaner field." Then came the last call. Art Bell scheduled him for a return update in March 1997. But Mike never showed. His phone went straight to voicemail. Letters returned. Even friends said they hadn't heard from him. Then came reports that Mike's house caught fire. Firefighters said it was electrical, an overload, burnt wires, melted copper, scorch marks on the garage floor. But no body. Only the following remained: a scorched toolbox, a metal-framed Jacob's ladder fused at the tips, and one strange note scribbled in black ink. "It's not about time. It's about perspective." Mike Markham, at age 23, was officially missing. By 1999, the urban legend had completely taken over. With no trace of Markham, the internet, still in its early Wild West days, filled the void. Early message boards, Usenet threads, and obscure science forums began piecing together a puzzle no one could prove real. One post claimed Mike had succeeded but didn't come back. Another insisted he did come back, but in the wrong decade. That's when the strangest theory emerged. In 1930, a body was found on a beach in California. Local records described the man as out of place. What caught people's attention wasn't his identity, but the object in his pocket. A small, rectangular metal device with buttons, unlike anything from that time. Decades later, when Mike's story resurfaced, amateur theorists made the connection. Was that Markham? Photos of the body were never publicly released, but the rumors spread like wildfire. Conspiracy videos, barely edited blogs, and late-night radio segments stoked the mystery. Then a strange twist occurred in 2006. A man claiming to be Markham sent an anonymous email to a small college professor in Oregon who had written a blog on DIY Tesla coils. The email contained schematics, hand-drawn, of a device labeled Vortex Stabilization Frame Gen 3. There was no follow-up, and the IP address was traced to a public library in Kauai, Hawaii. That lead went cold within days. In 2015, Mike seemingly reappeared, this time via an interview on a YouTube-based podcast. He sounded tired. He said he'd been in Oregon in 1999, waking up with burns, missing ID, and no memory of how he got there. He claimed to have spent years drifting, eventually ending up in Hawaii, working odd jobs and living in tents on the beach. "I was gone for 2 years," he said, "not just in time. In place." Skeptics, voice analysts compared the 1995 Art Bell call with the 2015 audio. They concluded it was plausibly the same man, but not definitively. Reddit exploded with side-by-side photo analyses. Some saw resemblance. Others claimed it was a con. But the final twist of this act? In that 2015 interview, Mike casually mentioned he'd mailed his notes and device parts to someone in Ohio in 2003. Just in case the loop closed. No one followed up. No one believed it mattered. But someone in Ohio did receive a package. They just didn't open it, for almost 2 decades. In the fall of 2022, Andrew and Melanie, a married couple from Columbus, Ohio, purchased a farmhouse on the edge of the countryside. Their goal was simple: bring life back to what had been lost. They didn't expect anything unusual.
Did you call me?
During their first major attic cleanup,
Yeah,
moving
come.
aside a rotted trunk, several
I'm on Wood Street.
left by the previous owner.
Wood Street.
The dust-covered crate with a brass nameplate.
Well, shit, it's where it's like decal on decal. The beginning, yeah, kind of the beginning.
Just junk, maybe from an old repair.
Nah, I'm walking fast as possible. I keep calling you like I did before. I'm on my way.
A stack of
Yeah.
handwritten journals wrapped in plastic, a collection of rusted circuit boards taped together with dates scribbled across them, and a faded Polaroid photo. The photo showed a young man, early 20s, standing beside a metallic ring-like frame in what looked like a garage. On the back, someone had written, June 21st, 2021. It worked, but not how I thought. The couple didn't know who Markham was, but Andrew, being a tech enthusiast, searched the name online and fell headfirst into the legend. In a matter of hours, he found dozens of old forum threads, YouTube videos, and podcast clips. He learned about the coast-to-coast radio calls, the screw that disappeared, the fire, the missing man, and the unidentified body on a California beach in 1930. Then he found the 2015 interview, where Markham had mentioned mailing materials to someone in Ohio. Could that have been this box? They read the journals, every page, every drawing. The handwriting was meticulous, but erratic in places. Markham wrote about subjective time drift, objects reappearing milliseconds ahead of the timeline, and one entry that simply read, "Don't trust the result. It gives you what you want, but it won't let you stay." One of the dates listed in the journal matched the day the couple closed on the house.
Wells Fargo has donated over $2 billion to strengthen local communities over the last 5 years. Towards financial health, small businesses, housing affordability, and more. Doing gets it done.
Buy the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart today.
When I wanted to get out there, I found you. You gave me room for my toes so I could stay comfortable and keep running for miles. Memories forever. Stay out there with Ultra.
This'll sound mad. Every time I touch a plant, it's like I can feel what they're feeling. Charlie, look at me, not the plant. Took a while to track you down.
Is she house trained? This is my niece.
What?
What's it with this place and pumpkins?
Ready for the contest?
I'm going to win. My dad's entering the contest too. You got much of a team? I'm working on it.
That ain't mine, is it? She's entering the pumpkin contest. Wanted a few tips.
This ain't some grow your own salad school project. This is all out vegetable warfare.
You want to steal our secrets?
Finish the house!
Amazing plants feel things like us, don't you?
You do. This one's lonely.
It's not me. I don't know whether this thing of yours is real. You brought us together. I can't thank you enough.
That's unexpected.
Whatever happens,
Let's see what your magical green fingers feel.
huge. You gotta grow hard or go home.
Now we must show our commitment to the new life that we are creating by having a wheel.
Oh, that is enough crazy for one day. Thank you very much.
That made them pause. Even more eerie, the journal noted the address, their exact property, as a location where magnetic field behavior was observed to remain unusually stable. Andrew began filming the documents, posting excerpts to a niche science forum. But within days, something strange happened. He got an email. The subject line, "Please stop." It was signed, Mike Markham. They thought it was a prank, until the sender followed up with a message. The journals were never meant to be read in a straight line. "That's not how time works," Mike asked to speak by phone. Cautiously, Andrew agreed. That call changed everything. Mike's voice was unmistakably older, raspy, and deliberate. He confirmed he did send the box in 2003, just before disappearing again. He said he'd been living off-grid, occasionally working on and off, but never stopping his research, though the goal had changed. "I wasn't trying to jump through time anymore," he explained. "I was trying to reassemble memory, to live the same decade twice and see if I remembered it differently." He told them the attic of their house once served as a backup lab. He had used the farmhouse in the early 2000s while experimenting with magnetic resonance fields, not for teleportation, but for phase syncing his perception of time. "It's not the future you move into," he said. "It's the timeline that shifts around you." Andrew pushed for a meeting. Mike hesitated. He said he'd been burned before, interviewed, doubted, discarded. But eventually, he agreed on one condition. No press, no photos, no videos. Just a conversation. Mike arrived 2 weeks later. He stepped out of a car and stood before the couple with a folder in hand. No gadgets, no drama. Just him, grayer and slower than the legend, but unmistakably real. They sat at the kitchen table. He flipped open the folder and laid out several diagrams, now digitized. Then, he delivered his shocking truth. "Time travel is a misunderstanding," he said. "What I built didn't send me anywhere. It fractured my location in memory. That's why I disappear. Not from the world, from people's minds, from the narrative." He said the loop never closes, because there's no loop. Only overlapping sequences of cause and effect, which most of us walk through once, but he walked through them twice. "I woke up in Oregon in 1999 with burns. That part is true. I couldn't remember my last name for a week. But when it came back, so did everything, including the reason I had to disappear again." Andrew asked him what he saw during his jumps. Mike leaned back. "I saw futures that didn't have me in them, and pasts where I was a problem." The couple didn't know what to say, but they believed him. Not because he brought proof, but because his story had always been too consistent to dismiss, and too strange to fabricate. Mike leaned forward in his chair and laid out the final schematic. "It wasn't a time machine, not like the ones in movies. The truth is more complicated," he said. "What I built didn't break time. It broke sequence." He explained that the Jacob's ladder with the stabilized arc had produced something real, but not in the physical sense. It didn't launch him through time. Instead, it created a magnetic feedback loop that destabilized his biological clock's alignment with linear time. "I'd disappear," he said, "but not like teleportation. I wasn't moving. I was unaccounted for. That's why he would end up in other states or towns, disoriented and sunburned, weeks or months after he vanished, without memories of travel, yet with visible effects of time passing on his body." But here's the part that stunned Andrew and Melanie. "I wasn't the only one affected. According to Mike, anyone who came into contact with his prototype frame, even briefly, began experiencing minor inconsistencies in time perception. Missed seconds, déjà vu, a feeling of being ahead of yourself, as he put it. He theorized it was related to how the human brain stores sequential memory. If you disrupt the rhythm, you disrupt the recall. The experiments escalated when he realized the machine could be tuned, not to a year or a location, but to a state of memory. If you wanted to return to a time in your life where a specific feeling or intention existed, you could phase toward it, but the effect was volatile. Mike admitted he never intended to vanish. That part was an accident. But once it happened the first time, once he woke up in Oregon with his name half erased, he kept going, not chasing time, chasing answers. "I kept thinking, maybe if I get the tuning right, I'll end up in a version of the world where I never built it. But every time he phased out and came back, he lost more. Friends forgot who he was, financial records disappeared. Even his family stopped answering calls, unsure if the person claiming to be Mike Markham was someone else entirely. The scariest part," he said, looking down, "was that I started forgetting too." Melanie asked why he never rebuilt the full device. Mike slid a final paper across the table. It was a list, 5 names, all crossed out. Every person who helped me test it eventually forgot me, or forgot themselves. He took a breath. The shocking truth isn't that time travel works. It's that time forgets you faster than people do. After that meeting, Mike stayed in town for one more night. He left the next morning without fanfare, walking down the gravel road with nothing but a backpack and a thumb drive. He left no forwarding address. Andrew and Melanie chose not to rebuild the machine. They sealed the attic room, restored the woodwork, and quietly donated the schematics to a closed research archive under anonymous terms. No public release without third-party verification. That verification never came. Occasionally, strangers still emailed Andrew asking if he ever met the real Mike Markham. He didn't answer. Not because he doubted it, but because even then, he sometimes questioned whether it had really happened the way he remembered. There were days he swore the photo in the attic hadn't been there the first time, that the journals had been arranged differently, that the date on the crate's nameplate had changed by 1 year, then flipped back a week later. But he said nothing. Melanie, for her part, once caught herself staring at the mantel clock for over 15 minutes, certain it had skipped a tick. Still, life went on. They finished restoring the farmhouse by the end of 2024. They opened it for historic tours, but never mentioned the attic, never mentioned the crate, and never mentioned the man who reappeared with a truth no one asked for. Years passed. The journals remained locked away, but one object stayed on the windowsill in the kitchen, a steel screw, untouched, unmoved, and slightly rusted. It was the only thing Mike had ever asked them to keep. Don't test it, don't tamper with it, just leave it out in the open. If it disappears, you'll know. The screw never moved in 5 years, but every now and then, when the house was silent and the sun cut just right through the blinds, it almost looked like it shimmered. And that was how the mystery ended. Not with a breakthrough, not with a machine, but with the memory of a man who invented a time machine, vanished, and reappeared years later with a truth so strange, so grounded, it couldn't be fiction. Or maybe it already had been. Do you believe a man can truly vanish into time itself? And if you were in his place, would you dare return with a truth that could change everything? Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more unbelievable stories.
Maybe that's partly because of the fantastic views it offers of one of the most remarkable places on Earth. But of course, the scientists don't really come here for such a romantic reason. People have long said that plants and trees grow exceptionally fast here, and according to local people, the soil of Tunguska is an extremely effective fertilizer. But there's more. Soviet scientists in the atomic age took up a new study. They became interested in studying the mutations in flora and fauna in the Tunguska region. In the 50s, they discovered that the trees had broader annual rings since the year 1908 than in the years before the explosion. Christoph himself has even discovered a genetic mutation in the growth of pine needles. I have here needles of the space-time time that usually grow in even numbers. 2, 4, but not what you see here. For example, 5, or even 3. So there will be a lot of things to look at here. Even the magnetic storms we can observe here that put our compasses and GPS devices temporarily out of action could trigger a mutation. Of course, there are also mutations that take place because of normal stresses in nature, like changes in food supply, humidity, cold, etc. But mutations pile up to such an extent in the event region that you start to wonder about other causes. Mutations and increased growth can also be seen after an atomic explosion or radioactive contamination. So Soviet scientists measured their tree rings, burned them, and analyzed the ashes. They couldn't find any clear evidence of a nuclear explosion or large-scale radioactive damage. But that has not discouraged the nuclear disaster fans among the Tunguska theorists.
Theory 21. Atom bomb test. Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. It started with a secret military collaboration between the Russian Tsar and his cousin, the Prussian Kaiser. They would develop an enormously powerful atom bomb. Unfortunately, the bomb's developers, together with their blueprints in the whole of Tunguska, went up in the very first test explosion. And the emperors were soon in no position to commission any further experiments.
Sandia National Laboratories in Albuquerque, New Mexico, is a weapons research center. Here, Mark Boslow has developed the most sophisticated of all models to explain the Tunguska phenomenon. He believes he can answer the question once and for all.
The Tunguska explosion, I think, was caused by the impact of a large comet or asteroid with the atmosphere. It came into the atmosphere, it broke apart, it exploded before it hit the ground. The explosion generated a lot of light, a lot of heat, and it generated a strong blast wave that created winds at the surface that were so strong that they blew down trees, and the heat ignited some of these trees and created a fire. So I think the Tunguska event is fully explainable in terms of the impact of an asteroid or comet.
Mark Boslow's model of a meteorite explosion at an altitude of 5 to 10 kilometers is not new. What is new is that Boslow can test it with a state-of-the-art computer simulation without leaving the lab.
I think the reason there was no crater, no obvious crater, was because the comet or asteroid expended all its energy and exploded at high altitude, so there was really nothing left to hit the ground. Crater-forming impacts require that something solid actually collide with the ground. It doesn't appear that that happened because of Tunguska.
So there's no crater to be seen, but according to Boslow, there's no need for a crater. What scientists did see was knocked over trees. Kulik's archive photos and film provide a great deal of information. They've inspired generations of scientists to use the pattern of tree collapse to establish the exact position of the explosion. In the 1950s, models were tested in a pressure chamber. This model clearly shows an area in the middle of the blast where the trees remain standing, an extremely convincing argument for no crater. And Mark Boslow has fed this data too into his computer. Here is a mid-air explosion seen from the side with its blast wave. You can clearly see how it spares the trees immediately below.
Our simulations show a very strong blast wave coming down from the sky. It's radiating from a place in the sky, and as that blast wave hits the ground, there's a component of very high wind blowing radially outward from the center of ground zero, that's the direction that the trees blow down. So they're basically laying down in a radial pattern directed away from ground zero.
And that would explain the strange phenomenon why some of the trees remained standing. They were right underneath the explosion, stripped of their branches, but still there. And to provide the final explanation, a scientist must also take into account the strange light phenomenon connected to Tunguska. From Moscow to London, for 3 nights after the 30th of June, people could read their newspapers outside at midnight. 100 years on, we know that a giant dust cloud from Tunguska was carried by the east winds of the thermosphere across Europe, reflecting the sun's light back down to Earth. Mark Boslow sees this phenomenon as further support for his meteorite theory. He believes his computer model can explain that too, using information from the other side of the solar system.
We modeled the impact of Shoemaker Levy 9 on Jupiter, the comet that collided with Jupiter in 1994, and one of the outcomes of our model was a giant ballistic plume that was ejected into space, and that plume rose to a very high altitude, something like 3,000 kilometers, and then collapsed on top of Jupiter's atmosphere, and it had a lot of dust and material in it that reflected sunlight. And we think a very similar phenomenon occurred at Tunguska.
But astrophysicist Wolfgang Kundt doubts that a meteorite explosion could cause 3 nights as bright as day across all Europe. He believes this phenomenon can only be explained by light volcanic gases.
For that, you need particles in the high atmosphere, where no comet dust and no asteroid dust can remain. Up there, you get light ice crystals, like the ones gently falling on our heads. They can be carried up there by hydrogen, helium, and methane. They can stay up there for days.
Whichever piece of evidence you examine under the microscope, the supporters of the meteorite theory will claim it for themselves. And so will Wolfgang Kundt for his underground gas theory. Incidentally, the meteorite people are clearly in the majority, and the team from Bologna are facing their moment of truth. They plan to test their theory right there on location.
You can easily test it. I mean, you go there, you dig, and you find yes or no, is a meteorite or not.
If it had fallen to Earth, we would have found something. There have been so many scientific expeditions and scientists. I think the Earth simply barged it away. The world is round, and in those days it was healthy. Not like today.
An explosion from inside the Earth. A volcanic explosion. For me, that's the only interpretation that is consistent with all the facts we have in our possession.
But for some, like Benny Peiser, that's not really the point.
Regardless of what actually happened in Tunguska, even if it wasn't an asteroid, asteroids actually exist. And asteroids actually hit the Earth and actually explode in the atmosphere. We observe asteroids exploding in the atmosphere all the time.
If it does collide with the Earth, it's probably going to be over the ocean or over an uninhabited place. There are so many other natural disasters, such as hurricanes, volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and so forth, that have a much higher rate of, and a much higher probability of happening and creating catastrophes. And so, in a relative sense, these aren't something that we should really spend a lot of time worrying about.
But Mark Boslow has never been to Tunguska. When you have, like Christoph Brennheisen, it doesn't let you go. And luckily for him, there's no sign of a solution soon.
I came here as a supporter of the meteorite theory, but I've had to change my mind. I have no answer. Science has no answer. There are fashions that come and go. One moment it's a meteorite, one moment it's a comet, or it has an endogenous earthbound cause. I haven't been able to solve the mystery, and I don't think anyone else will in the near future.
Even after 100 years, debate about the Tunguska disaster shows no sign of slowing. In fact, it's getting livelier than ever, and Tunguska is getting ready for still more expeditions. Whether they'll find anything remains to be seen. And so for the time being, Tunguska legend lives on. That's what legends are for.
Doesn't that cloud look like a puffin?
Yeah, like our insurance mascot.
Speaking of the policy puffin, any update on our insurance claim?
Hello.
NJM, we're known for putting our policyholders first, not mascots.
Is cleanliness next to godliness, would you say? I didn't know he's not filthy. So my emergency rivals has got to take a bath through surgery. Changes his undies every day. God don't need undies, because he's not full of shit on the animals, that's all. He's got an endless supply out there. But he never has to wear the same pair twice. Does he like a nice snug fit? You're going to hell, brother. Family reunion.
There are some who believe that life here is being monitored by life out there. And there are people here who know it is true. For centuries, people on Earth have experienced a troubling and persistent phenomenon. Many people have vivid memories of being abducted secretly against their will by seemingly non-human entities and undergoing complex psychological and physical experiments. The common misconception is that space is a quiet and desolate vacuum of emptiness. Space is, however, very active. This is Alien Contact. York, England. York is a city with a dark past. Its history is rife with tales of guts, gore, torture, and the paranormal. Phil Shepardson, research chemist who has recently built his own motorcycle, was ready to put it to the test on the winding roads of the Yorkshire countryside. Little did he know this would be a joyride he'd never forget.
Because I still don't believe what my eyes saw that day. There's got to be a perfectly normal explanation for this. I haven't found one yet. My reality is shopping at Tesco's. It's not being confronted with something out of this world.
What was this? You're going out for a ride on your new scooter, you know. You're happy that it's not raining. There's no traffic. And then suddenly your whole life turns upside down.
An unexplainable experience like this has had a surprisingly positive effect on Phil, as he has become more aware of the things around him. Phil often recollects his experience, which ultimately led him to build a telescope which
Journeying back to the location, Phil experienced the unexplained. It's like time skipped and he's back in 1979.
Things didn't equate, but now I know that the whole world stopped with me, basically.
This experience was far beyond the reality that anyone knows.
There's a blank. And how things are like, for a lot of years, I knew it existed, but I didn't want to, and even now I don't want to know it existed.
Rugby, England. Rugby is a market town of 78,000 people. The town is credited with being the birthplace of rugby, as well as the birthplace of the jet engine. Colin Saunders' previous employment was within the aircraft and oil industries, but his primary discipline was electrical design draftsman. In his youth, Colin journeyed to many locations for his different work in the aircraft industry. He traveled to Germany for his first contract on an Airbus. From there, he moved on to Aberdeen, where he worked with petroleum, which involved a few offshore trips and helicopter flights. So Colin has had a fair few experiences working on various aircraft. He also spent some time in Sweden, where he gained experience working within the cockpit of an aircraft and on the engine.
It's like working in a toy shop for me, and I've always been to air shows and I look at aircraft in the sky all the time flying around, especially since the event.
Colin journeys back to the exact location, which would change his view of aircraft forever. Back to where it all began on March 31st, 1999. The Saunders family had gathered for an innocent meal at the White Lion. On their way home through the country lanes, they came to the Fosse Way.
We came round the bend and there were these lights hovering by the side of the road. There were red and a bit of white being brought in. It's half a mile from where we turned the corner to where the lights were, so I've been back and measured the distance. And we drove towards the lights, talking excitedly about what they could be.
Most sightings that come our way are of strange lights. They're usually aircraft, or now we have drones, or at certain times of the year, for example, it's bright stars or planets. And they're miles away. You know, you see videos on YouTube or anywhere else. Oh, I filmed this today. It's just a little light. Could be anything.
Glencairn, Wales. North Wales boasts some wonderfully beautiful locations, yet the Ceiriog Valley, with its relaxing river and gorgeous surroundings, makes for an ideal break. Well, as some may think. During a short trip away from the busy cities, Sacha Christie and Stephen Midgley traveled to Glencairn, North Wales, for some time in the countryside. Little did they know they'd come face to face with the unknown. On one clear night, the group enjoyed the sight of the stars that filled the sky above them until everything changed. A triangular craft was spotted across the valley in the sky. Fear began to creep in. As the craft slowly traveled over to them, things started going wrong.
So, I was up there, he stood here and he told something like this. And I looked down at him and his eyes were like this and his hair's shaking. And he said, Mummy, a hand's just come through the hedge and touched my foot. He said, it wasn't my imagination, I saw it with my eyes. It's very strange. Because I was the last one in, so they were all went in before me. So I just saw them all go exactly back to where they were. Like, just so organically. Like we'd all been out watching fireworks and they were over and come back in. It was called, you know, that kind of thing. Sometimes I think that maybe our behaviours were dampened.
While they were mesmerized by this mysterious craft above them, suddenly footsteps approached them at an unimaginable speed.
It was the second that I heard footsteps that everything in my body just was like, you're in danger. I couldn't see anything at all. Like everything was just, it was just black.
there's a narrative that's become a standard that is not necessarily true. If you've seen a UFO, you are being abducted.
We don't even say I was being abducted.
No.
Experience. What was it?
The narrative that's handed to me is that it was aliens, we were abducted. You know, I don't remember anything like that happening. I'm not saying it didn't, but I'm not saying it did either. Just don't know the nature of it.
Ridicule has been a very unfortunate factor in the system. I know, but it really boils down to that anybody who reports like that, and your phrase was the Conner report said, if we let the Conner report go unchallenged, we would be guilty of letting these people be victimized. And there are many people who have been badly hurt by official ridicule after sightings of airline pilots today. Most of them will not report sightings publicly. Many pilots have told me that I would report one of the airports that thing flew out of the cockpit.
In popular culture, the term UFO, or unidentified flying object, refers to a suspected alien spacecraft, although its definition encompasses any unexplained aerial phenomenon. UFO sightings have been reported throughout recorded history and in various parts of the world, raising questions about life on other planets and whether extraterrestrials have visited Earth. They became a significant subject of interest and the inspiration behind numerous films and books following the development of rocketry after World War II. The narrative that is handed to people is that what they've experienced is, in fact, alien contact. We're told these events are just in the movies, cartoons, and imagination. However, the difference between believing and knowing something exists is essential. A nightmare is a disturbing dream associated with negative feelings, such as anxiety or fear, that awakens you. When we sleep, we cycle through different stages. We start the night in non-rapid eye movement sleep, which gets progressively deeper. We then cycle back until we hit rapid eye movement sleep, REM. During REM sleep, we are most likely to have vivid dreams.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can focus on what matters most.
Hey, Mama, you remember when you told me how to fish? Yeah, you were the best teacher. Yeah, I'm feeling a little nostalgic right now, that's all.
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day service. That's all part of the AT&T Guarantee, brought to you by America's largest wireless network.
With digital assistants powered by Dell AI Factory with NVIDIA.
Zoom would be complimentary. Maybe go brighter.
You can personalize shopping experiences and keep your business moving forward.
How do we pay for all this?
It's an only thing.
What's up, my fellow slime-ologists? We had a theory that only Elmer's could hold up to our most extreme slime test. We tried Elmer's Glassy Clear, check, Cosmic Shimmer, shing, and Fruity Slushy, the magic of slime in no time. We started making our own, inventing and pushing the limits. We enhanced. Our findings, possibly the stretchiest slime in the universe. That's right, only Elmer's. How far can you stretch your creativity?
At this stage, we are also paralyzed, perhaps as a safety mechanism to stop our bodies from acting out the images we are experiencing. But during sleep paralysis, features of REM sleep continue into waking life. Those who experience it will feel awake, yet might experience dreamlike hallucinations and struggle to move. Night terrors occur in particular stages of sleep. Those unlucky enough to experience them will have to endure paralysis, fear, and visions just as they fall asleep. Most causes of these terrors are caused by stressful experiences the sleeper has endured.
The first nightmare that really took hold was I was asleep, having nightmares, dentist type chair, a bit like this basically, but more elegant. And there's someone bearing down on me with a mask and a red glow from somewhere, and they was operating on the throat. And that freaked me out to such an extent. Hell, I'm in out of this world basically. I'm at a very long distance away in space.
On Phil's joyride, he didn't like the busy roads or motorways. He wanted to cruise down the country lanes where he could enjoy the views around him as he rode by. As he approached an S-bend in the road, he felt an electric charge encompass his body, and suddenly, the streets went quiet. As he turned around, he came face to face with an unusually small black object in the field next to him.
I got fear. The world seemed to slow down and stop. I was looking across at this craft. And at the time, I just remembered that there was some black humanoid creatures, unhumanoid, because again, they didn't look like China, they didn't. They were all thinner than the normal human, if you like. And they had some sort of black uniform on, which seemed to completely cover them.
He could remember the humanoid creatures he saw surrounding the craft, which was covered from head to toe in a black uniform, trying to push the craft away from the side of the road.
All I remember is, get out of here.
All he can talk about is what he observed. The rest would just be guesswork, you know? Yeah, so he didn't witness it take off. He took off, you know, which we all have that, you know, that fear built into us, fight or flight, you know, and on this occasion, you know, Philip decided on flight and decided to get the hell out of there.
Rugby, England. Staring at the mysterious lights, Colin realized the sky began to ripple and change above him as he soon realized he was standing below an unidentified craft. The craft was suddenly completely visible to his naked eye, as if it was something out of the movies. The craft was a metallic triangular shape, and the way it moved in the sky was like a submarine ascending from water.
All of a sudden, it was like somebody put a pair of binoculars up in front of my eyes. I could see it really close. One was the surface of the line interlocking on top of the liquid. Then there was a second view of the big round nose. It was like 6 foot in front of me, like I've got a telescope in front of me. And then there was a side view showing the white central core, and the top and bottom were rolled over onto the central core, a bit like the skin on a hovercraft. Then after that third close-up image, my wife decides to drive forward to reverse into a gateway. The effect of this was, driving forward was ahead to block the view of the UFO. We looked in the distance and there was this large craft going away, the size of a football pitch. And we were assuming that the small one must have gone back to the large one. At the time, because I didn't know anything about UFOs, I thought it was the same craft that had suddenly grown into an enormous size. It was only later when I did research I realised that was a mothership, possibly the small one went back to the mothership.
This small craft suddenly jolted away from Colin's view, and when he gained visibility again, he came face to face with a craft the size of a football pitch, 3 times the size of his initial encounter. The mothership had arrived. The silence of their surroundings was deafening. No cars, no planes, nothing. Silence. Until the mothership was gone. Normality returned. The sounds of cars and planes echoed in the air.
No, I'm not referring to the ones which have such high speeds and maneuvers at high speeds that are completely beyond the possibility of anything we have now or even planned. The speeds and the Air Force has put some of these on record. There was one case that they never have explained, where an object, a very large object, was seen, was tracked by radar, and a number of small objects which were tracked 5,240 miles an hour from a B-29. The people on board the B-29 saw the small objects. They merged with the big ones, then control. Why alien of whom we know nothing.
Colin became obsessed with what he witnessed that night. He would draw, he would mold, he would build anything to show the world what it was he witnessed. With all the creations he made, came the strange occurrences around the house.
We started to have a few funny things go wrong in the house, and one of them was the hard drive on the computer went. We had a clock in the cooker that had never worked, and that started working. The television started changing channels on its own, and the video recorder started recording on its own. We had an engineer for the TV receiver had blown. And it was strange, you hadn't seen anything like it before.
What was the cause of all these strange phenomena? Were they followed? Who's watching? Who would believe him? York, England. Silence is a common factor when coming face to face with the unknown. As he watches these beings pushing a large craft along the pathway in the field, the questions that flood his brain are endless. This can't be a military aircraft or any man-made craft he knows. The silence around Phil as he locks eyes with an unknown creature was unbearable. What does he do? What will they do to him?
We would now classify this as a close encounter of the third kind, and that's a landing of a UFO seen at close quarters. In Philip's encounter, like a lot of other ones, you ask the questions. Did it make a noise, Philip? Were there any lights? What was these beings that you saw? What were they doing? Was there any reaction to it? And the answer to all that was no. There was no smell, no noise. That's one of the strange things. I mean, virtually everything that we have that flies or drives makes a noise.
Even the most knowledgeable among us are surrounded by unknowns. A physicist is likely to believe that the Big Bang created the universe without fully knowing how and why. A theist may believe God answers prayers without knowing how and why. And for those without scientific or religious expertise, ignorance is even more abundant. How and why does the moon affect the tides? How and why do bad things happen to good people?
A non-believer would be someone who did not believe at all in anything connected with UFOs. The same way I used to be, thought it was nonsense. Complete nonsense. It took reading hundreds of reports and talking with hundreds of witnesses. Many problems and others more I wasn't. No, it doesn't. What it should boil down to is this: an open investigation, independent of any government agency. Maybe the government provides some, but there should be some way of making it open so there would be no chance for charges of being biased to find out what is back there. Now, let's say that, all right, you don't have to prove the extraterrestrial answer, but here are reports that prove there have been devices under intelligent control, seen, backed by radar, sometimes simultaneously backed by two radar stations to get a fix on it. Now, one is ultimate enough, but when you get two that confirm identically what you're seeing visually, that's a pretty tight case.
We investigate the role of ignorance across science, focusing on ignorance regarding the answers to questions about how or why something is the case. When is this kind of ignorance taken as a basis to question belief? For example, that the moon does cause the tides or that bad things do happen to good people. And when is it a call to action? Evidence that inquiry is worth pursuing? When is such ignorance considered a threat? And when is it better accepted and even favored or revered? As our understanding of other planets, the solar system, and the universe grows, we collectively realize that intelligent life must exist outside Earth. But even though attitudes are changing, there's still a fair way to go until sincere, open discussion in the mainstream becomes the norm. Glencario, Wales. Like many before, Sasha and Stephen once spent a break in the forests in Glencario. And like not so many before, they were hesitant to discuss what happened there. In fear of ridicule and ignorance, they wanted to stay in the shadows until now.
I don't like the way that when people come to mythology and they tell their story, that people run away with it, they do what they want with it, use it in their own books. I have got a bit of a reputation for being fierce, but it's not fierceness, it's I'm protecting myself. It's dangerous. So that's why I'm fierce. That's why I'm protective of what happened. I want to keep it exactly as I say.
When it comes to the case of Sasha Crystal, whenever you talk to Sasha about this encounter, you can see it's bothered her. Sasha's not a shrinking violet in any respect.
I've been patient as well because I didn't want to expose Stephen Daniel. It was Stephen who came to me and said that he wanted to talk about it now. So, we ended up coming forward together.
There's so much hearsay nowadays, there's so much manipulation. Everybody would like to get a story, they want to be up there, they want to prove their point. I no longer need to prove my point. The only person I need to prove my point to is myself. I still don't know what really happened that particular night.
Skeptics will talk. They will conjure up their own descriptions. They mix and match accounts of different individuals to create the best story. York, England. Is this real? Did Phil just come face to face with an extraterrestrial? The world stopped around him when he locked eyes with this unknown creature. Apprehension mixed with curiosity fills Phil's existence. The need to visit the location where this encounter unfolded continues to exist in his mind. Upon his return, he came face to face with nothing but not a disappointment, nothing but the kind of nothing that will fill any individual's mind with questions. There was a triangle shape of nothingness in the middle of the field where nothing had grown. It was utterly barren of any form of vegetation at all.
Philip told us that, certainly there was, where this object had been, nothing would grow. And that's not, unique. We've had such cases in different parts of the world where the soil and the growth was altered as a result. What that says about the subject and the phenomenon is a different argument, of course. It confirmed to Philip that this was something quite bizarre and nothing conventional.
Glencario, Wales. It's not uncommon for people to want to experience the unknown once, let alone return to locations they've been to before. But of course, no place is the same twice. Visiting a location in the dead of night will be different to visiting it in the day. Trees look less intimidating, shadows less scary. This didn't happen all of a sudden. This happened gradually, until the craft Sasha and Stephen were seeing was almost above them.
And I drove in the middle of the night. I was in Wolverhampton. It just, speed, get in the van, can't sleep, drive out there. I felt the need to go back because I was still questioning. This is 4 years after the event. I was still questioning. Would I see? Should I go back? I had to work the next day, but no, let's just go. As life has moved on, I feel quite comfortable with the situation. I still don't have any answers.
One of the things that the late Dr. Hynek suggested is that we concentrate on encounters that he called high strangeness. In other words, things that weren't a little light 3 miles away or in the night sky. Things that would rather seen up close. It's not impossible, but it's less likely that we're going to be misidentifying everyday ordinary objects. Because if you're that close to it, then you should be able to recognise exactly what it was, or in this instance, what it wasn't.
The point when I called upon Sash when he came out straight away, we both stood there looking, and it was starting to grow in the sky where it was actually starting to move over. this is when it became apparent there were more going on in the centre of it, and I didn't know whether the effect around it was to do with what was going on in the middle of it, because it seemed to be slowly but surely taking over the sky for me.
It looked like this. It was just moving through the different densities of the clouds, so it kind of rippled, but it wasn't like tentacles, it wasn't like a living creature, it was white. It just looked kind of like a jellyfish within the clouds.
It seemed to be circling in a clockwise but swirling anti-clockwise. As it started to move over, it would be going round, but in anti-clockwise, but in the middle was the effect.
Whatever was in there saw us, because it wasn't even coming in our direction. It saw you, it saw me, and I don't know how, whatever technology was in it, because we were miles and miles away from it, but it vectored in on us and it came to our position.
Attention goes, energy flows. I'm a great believer in that. Is before I actually kind of really looked into that side of things.
But I've never seen any kind of life form with a UFO. I cannot say that they go together because I don't know that they do. I mean, that is a total assumption.
There's a house opposite, like right further off on the opposite side of the valley, on another hill. And when we were walking around yesterday, and I said, Steve, imagine if you were looking out of the window from that property there, what you would have seen. You know, I mean, you would have seen what we saw, but it's a tiny village, and it's not very active, is it?
So now we want to move on to flying triangles. They've been seen all around the world since at least 1974, without a doubt. We've got November 29th, 1989, Belgium was seen. January 5th, 2000, Southern Illinois. Area 51, Green Lake. They've been seen almost in every country by every possible culture. So it's a worldwide phenomenon. March 31st, 1999, Kirby. A very significant sighting. And if anyone in this room is a skeptic, I just invite you to look at this gentleman's testimony. Colin Saunders, you can Google him. He gave a really nice 20-minute lecture regarding this particular sighting. A very honest gentleman. I totally believe this case. This thing was approximately 50 feet across in conjunction with this Cessna 172 that has a 27-foot wingspan. Here's Colin Sanders here. Here's his UFO model. When I saw that UFO model, I said, wow, I want to have one of those.
This is only a recent film that we had done. We did these a few years ago. It's taken a while to get to the proper model I wanted. But overall, it's about 20 years. Just recently I've seen this exact model on Stephen Greer. I know that he's got that model from Michael Schratt, who I sent these drawings to. Now he's telling people this is a man-made craft and that this is the propulsion system at the back. I feel like I'm on a bit of a mission. That's why I started building models. I just got obsessed with it. During the course of the research, people I've spoken to about close encounters, more than often go on to other encounters, not necessarily UFOs, but paranormal encounters. They all would like to find a logical explanation, and they may well be one. You know, the magnetic core of the land, there's mines, it's copper, it's just like...
None of it explains what it was, though.
But then you think, well, hang on a minute, what happens with the strobe lights that affects the people?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on a minute, and it's only flickering a matter of seconds, but it's where did that come from? There's nothing here to do that.
Here's another UFO bulletin. The Defense Department has just announced that the unidentified flying object has suddenly disappeared from our radar screen. They believe the object is either disintegrated in space, or it may be a spaceship from some other planet which has the ability to nullify our radar beam. Because of the ominous situation, the President has ordered the Strategic Air Command into action.
York, England. Is the first thing to come to mind an alien experience? An abduction?
The only thing I can recall is the strange shape and also the emerging silence of everything. And then that blank, nothing at all. How can somebody be taken out of complete time frame, basically? What I see and experience does not go with my telescopes and my astronomical outlook. And the two don't mix.
We know as UFO researchers that most people don't actually report their sightings anyway. So they could well be witnesses, we just never found them.
Now, next NATO source, we'll learn how a global team of astronomers have announced they found what could be evidence of life elsewhere, and not on Mars, but on the much more inhospitable Venus. Here's one of the team.
So what we think we found is phosphine gas in the atmosphere of Venus. Now, on a rocky planet like the Earth, phosphine is a rare gas, and it's mainly the result of life. So it's what we call a biosignature. Now, on the Earth, phosphine is caused by human activity, so through industry or through microorganisms or microbes. And so finding a gas like this on Venus is really exciting because of the possibility that it could have also been produced by life like it is on the Earth.
If we as a species can evaluate ourselves scientifically that there is life somewhere else, that would open up the floodgates. Hopefully a confined floodgate towards that we are not alone and we do exist amongst an extraterrestrial species. And I might not be ridiculed anymore.
The interdimensional hypothesis is a proposal that unidentified UFO sightings are the result of experiencing other dimensions that coexist separately alongside our own, in contrast with either the extraterrestrial hypothesis that suggests UFO sightings are caused by visitations from outside the Earth, or the psychosocial hypothesis that argues UFO sightings are best explained as a psychological or social phenomenon. The hypothesis has been advanced by UFO enthusiasts such as Meade Lane, John Keel, J. Allen Hynek, and Jacques Vallée. Proponents of the interdimensional hypothesis argue that UFOs are a modern manifestation of a phenomenon that has occurred throughout recorded human history, which in prior ages were ascribed to mythological or supernatural creatures. The world as we know it has three dimensions of space: length, width, and depth, and one dimension of time. But there's the mind-bending possibility that many more dimensions exist out there. Rugby England. The hardest part is letting go of what it might be, letting go of the unknown. It keeps coming back.
I just think it's such a fantastic experience that to let it go would be such a waste. It'd be such a disappointment to those who have made it happen. What actually happened, I'm pretty convinced it was an alien craft, as we like to call them, from another world. I think it's like a parallel world it's come from. And it's been done, I believe it's been done for a reason. These creatures are so advanced, they know us so well. And the fact that they're hiding themselves, but this particular night, it wasn't hiding. It was totally different. It was like a Christmas tree at the side of the road waiting for us. So why did they do that? That is just not normal for a UFO to be doing that sort of thing. It's been done for a reason. I hope one day I realise what the reason is, unless this is the reason now that I'm helping to sort of disclosure of the alien agenda.
The most probable answer was observation by extraterrestrial beings or controlled machines making observations of the Earth. Now this is exactly what the Air Force said in 1948. They had a top secret estimate of the situation which said that these things were interplanetary devices. And they've denied it for years, but they finally were admitted.
Ask most anyone whether life exists on other planets and moons, and you'll get a confident yes. decades, and in many ways generations, we've been introduced to a menagerie of extraterrestrials, good and bad. Their presence suffuses our entertainment and culture, and we humans seem to have an almost innate belief, or is it a hope, that we are not alone in the universe. But that extraterrestrial presence on regular display is, of course, a fiction. No life beyond Earth has ever been found. There is no evidence that alien life has ever visited our planet. It's all a story. This does not mean, however, that the universe is lifeless. While no clear signs of life have ever been detected, the possibility of extraterrestrial biology, the scientific logic that supports it, has grown increasingly plausible. That is perhaps the single largest achievement of the burgeoning field of astrobiology, the broad-based study of the origins of life here and the search for life beyond Earth. By exploring and illuminating the world of extreme life on Earth, by experimenting with how life here began, by understanding more about the chemical makeup of the cosmos, by testing for habitability on missions to Mars, Jupiter's moon Europa, Saturn's moon Titan, and beyond, an enormous body of science is being assembled to analyze and explain the origins, characteristics, and possible extraterrestrial dimensions of life. And unlike the ETs and starship invaders of popular culture, these discoveries are, and will be, real. If it is dimensional, maybe one day we will learn to use these dimensions to cross over, and possibly to travel to further dimensions. Imagine there's a planet out there in our solar system that evolved a million years ahead of us. Maybe they've learned how to do this.
We don't know all of the technology, and like I say, all of this is a science that we do not yet understand.
The believer is someone who accepts the idea that there are real UFOs and directs his attention to the question, why are they here? What are they doing? What do they want from us? What are their motivations? There is the assumption of intelligence or intelligent control, but not necessarily the assumption of direct communication between these intelligences and our own intelligence.
The more we learn about the cosmos, the more it seems possible that we are not alone. The entire galaxy is teeming with worlds, and we're getting better at listening. So the question, is there anybody out there, is one we may be able to answer soon. But do we really want to know? If aliens are indeed out there, would they be friendly explorers or destroyers of worlds? This is a serious question no longer confined to science fiction, because a growing group of astronomers have taken it upon themselves to do more than listen. Some are advocating for a beacon swept across the galaxy, letting ET know we're home to see if anyone comes calling. Others argue that we would be wise to keep Earth to ourselves.
I feel that over a period of time, a couple of years now, that I have been in a position to look at some of the evidence. Certainly I have not seen all of the evidence that might be pertinent. I too have been driven in the direction of recognizing that there are cases that are not explainable in conventional terms. This at least leaves us with the existence of a real UFO. Beyond that, there is the question of whether some of these real UFOs may be under intelligent control. Again, at the present time, I would say that I have seen evidence that is readily interpretable in such terms, but which may also be susceptible of other interpretation.
Well, for a while, I actually did think it was aliens, and that they were benevolent, and I was trying to find some comfort. I was trying to find a comfortable place to be with it. I don't know if it was aliens. I don't know if aliens exist. As in, like, space traveling or interdimensional. I wouldn't even know how interdimensional anything would work. But I've had physical encounters with something, and also have my family. So, based on this, it has to be real.
Are UFOs real evidence that aliens have come to Earth to visit, to examine, to colonize? The answer lies in exploring the skies and looking for more evidence of the strange, the mysterious, and the unexplained. We may never know the full agenda of the beings responsible for alien encounters. Further research is needed. Each new encounter, however, increases our understanding of alien agendas and prepares us for the day when we will have full disclosure. This is Alien Contact.
Staying connected matters.
Hey, Mama. You remember when you taught me how to fish? Feeling a little nostalgic right now, that's all.
That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day service. That's all part of the AT&T guarantee.
This is the new Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It helps save you time because it does all your busy work for you, so you can get busy doing what you want to do.
Newspapers talked about it. People wanted to know. But nobody could penetrate the mystery. What was going on? Strange flying machines were ploughing the skies of Italy. It was the 50s. Some people took incredible photos. Others were frightened and shouted, "They're here! They're among us!" While still others believed the aliens had come to help. But who were they? Where were they from? Above all, what did they want? Many knew, but kept quiet. A mystery that has remained as such for decades. A secret, now revealed. Friendship. The incredible story of mass contact between humans and extraterrestrials. Until recently, the phenomenon of contactism, or the deliberate encounter repeated over time between men and evolved extraterrestrial entities, was believed to involve only a few chosen individuals, or contactees. Many of them went down in history. George Adamski, Howard Menger, Eugenio Siragusa, just to name a few. All of them faithfully abided by this cliché. But in 2007, something happened that would change the cards on the table. Stefano Breccia, an engineer from Marche living in Abruzzo, published some startling papers that seemed to reveal the story of repeated direct encounters between more than 100 people and extraterrestrial beings living in numerous secret bases on our planet. The main figure of the event told by Breccia is the writer Bruno Sammachicha. The case is said to have taken place mainly in and around Pescara. It would all begin in 1956 and would last for many years. The film clips and photographs that have emerged so far are of considerable interest, but even more extraordinary are the testimonies of the individuals involved. Everyone called their story Friendship, and that is the name that has come down to us today. Thanks to Stefano Breccia's courage, One of the most awe-inspiring sagas in ufology has come to light. It wasn't an easy decision to decide to make it known.
It all started from an idea by Bruno Sammarticcia. He'd been thinking about writing down his experiences and then asked me to be the one to do it, and so I was at his house for a month to record his stories. Then I put everything together.
Besides granting his dear friend's wishes, Breccia had set himself another objective.
One reason is to hope that it might work as bait to encourage other people in the group to come forward.
Gaspare de Lama and his wife Mirella are among those still alive today who were involved in the friendship events and who accepted Breccia's invitation to come forward. They now live on the shores of Lake Como. Gaspare admired Stefano's courage to expose himself so directly, despite being a well-known figure in science and academia.
He had no hesitation about exposing himself, and I admired him for that.
E quindi il fatto di espormi e di dire
And so coming out and talking about my experience becomes easy for me, because it gives me great joy.
la gioia di poter dire a chi ricerca.
The joy of being able to tell people something that can help them understand more, or make their doubts grow or disappear, or strengthen their belief.
Gaspare de Lama became a fan of ufology in the late 40s and, together with his wife, sought a path to greater awareness. Even Gaspare's mother took part in the events.
Gaspare, his mother Zita, and I had finally achieved our goal, which was to get to know them. We were hoping for an experience with teachers who could help us improve.
In the friendship story, Sammarticcia called the beings by the name of W56. They weren't a single race, but a group of extraterrestrial beings coming from different parts of the universe. Although they looked like humans, there were considerable differences in height, which ranged from 1 to 6 meters. The first encounter took place in April 1956. Bruno Sammarticcia was there, along with his two friends, Giancarlo and Giulio.
Bruno said that an old friend had given him this parchment because Bruno collected antiques, and while looking at it, they noticed it was a map of the castle above Ascoli Piceno at Roccapiglia. It seemed to be a kind of treasure map, so they decided to go and take a look at the area. They went there more than once without ever finding anything in particular, until one night when they came across these people. At a certain point, these two came out from a path that runs around the castle, introduced themselves and started to talk. One of them was particularly short, about 1 meter in height, and the other extremely tall, 2.5 meters, something like that. As for the rest, they looked like normal people.
But what happened in that encounter? According to the eyewitnesses, the two aliens spoke perfect Italian. The thing that immediately struck them was the strong sense of love that emanated from these beings. The information they gave to Bruno, Giancarlo, and Giulio was awesome, to say the least. They said that Earth had been created for a positive purpose, and that man was turning everything into evil. But the morality level of humans was much lower than their own. They explained that this is a very critical moment in human history. Atomic weapons are capable of destroying the planet in a matter of minutes, a tremendous risk that could come to pass because of our low moral sense. Their task was to ensure that the situation didn't get out of hand. They said they weren't here to conquer, as there was nothing to conquer. that everything stemmed from the need for love and respect, and that everything should be done in accordance. They knew Earth's history, philosophies, and religions perfectly. They said they'd already been on Earth for many centuries, living at secret bases in various places on the planet. They preferred not to reveal themselves publicly because people weren't ready for the contact. They expected a positive return from their activity. Their goodness and their truth would be stronger than human doubts. When they left, it was almost 3 in the morning. The extraordinary experience of friendship began at that very moment. The meetings between Bruno, Giancarlo, Giulio, and the W-56, also known as the Friends, continued for several months. During frequent long walks on the beach in Pescara, they gave the humans a good deal of other information. Dimpietro was the name of the captain of the extraterrestrial group operating in Italy. Sigia, Sigis, Itao, Kenio, Sinas, Saju, Meradir, Romulus are some of the names that became common within friendship. They were invented by the humans because the W-56 had a different concept for names. One of the most impressive facts regarded their bases. They said they had a number of them scattered around Italy and the world. Their most important European base was right in Italy, and one of the entrances was in fact at Rocopia.
The main one was the enormous base at the depths of the Adriatic, almost in contact with the continental shelf, which roughly ranged from Ortona to Rimini as the expanse of its longitude, and in latitude went from the middle of the Adriatic to the Apennines, with an upper limit of 300 meters. So vast that it was affected by normal weather, so at times it also rained inside. Then they had many smaller bases, closer to the surface. There was one in Pineto, one in Ascoli, 3 around Pescara, one near Como, one in the Milan area, and so on. Many of them were genuine centers of support.
But the aliens also explained how they built their bases. In the stories told by Bruno, Giancarlo, and Giulio, you're immediately aware of the huge gap in scientific and technological development between humans and the Friends.
They weren't built by digging, but through a particular mechanism, they were able to compress material laterally. The soil would thicken into what would later become the walls of the base, and then the outer structure was formed by extremely dense and therefore extremely strong material. The funny thing was that it was very unstable, that it always had to be kept standing. All you had to do was flip a switch and everything returned to the initial state. So, for them to open and close a base was a very commonplace operation.
The same system was used to create the entry corridors.
Even the bases closer to the surface didn't have stable entrances. When they had to enter, they opened a corridor and then closed it again.
Aside from the facts related to friendship, the presence of secret extraterrestrial bases on our planet is a subject that scholars have long been aware of. Just as there have been numerous cases of contact throughout the world, like the one the American policeman named Herbert Schirmer described, which occurred in Ashland, Nebraska, on December the 3rd, 1967.
The experience took place in the United States to the policeman Schirmer, who had a close encounter of the third kind with UFO entities and was allowed on board one of these UFOs. In the course of this encounter with these beings, they told him several things. He would be told that the pilots of UFOs on Earth have different bases of support, and they are both underground and below the seas.
In the case of Friendship, Bruno Sammachichia was the leader, the main reference point.
The story of the W-56 had started with him. He knew the most since he'd been in the bases, had met them personally, was telepathic, was the one who held the strings, the one who decided. Not that he was, I'm the boss. The word boss isn't nice, but we saw him as number one.
The relationship that was established between the W-56 and the Friendship group was not one way. Very soon, the friends started asking for help.
At the most prosaic level, they asked for essentially logistical assistance. Then they requested industrial quantities of fruit. Then they needed metals in industrial quantities as usual, but also strange minerals like strontium and barium nitrate, which were very difficult to find since back then they served no useful purpose at all. Today it has applications in telecameras, circuits like that, but in those days we had absolutely no idea what it might be used for.
To unload the cargo from the trucks, including fruit, the W-56 used teleporting.
They proved they could teleport anything, even people, without any particular problem. They took the whole load of fruit and teleported it, which means that the operation only lasted a few seconds.
Of course, all this meant that no outsider could watch the unloading. This often forced Bruno and Giancarlo to invent excuses so the truck drivers arriving with a load wouldn't become suspicious. They usually explained that a team of professional workers would be coming soon to transfer the goods by other means. So, while Bruno invited the driver to some nearby bar to wait for the phantom workers, Giancarlo stood watch over the truck. Obviously, the places where they met were chosen in advance. The unloading operation lasted just a few seconds, so when Bruno and the truck driver came back, it was already over. The truck driver was always impressed by the speed and cleanliness of the work. Buying such large quantities and so many varieties of materials was very expensive. Sometimes it was the friends who paid part of the cost, or all of it, maybe in their usual way. But most of the time, it wasn't like that, which created more than a few problems.
Essentially, the vast majority of the expenses were paid by Bruno. In other words, he took the trouble of paying, the others took part if and when they could.
Throughout this story, definitely out of the ordinary, it seems even more absurd that despite their astonishing technological capabilities, the W-56 needed help to get food or other materials. Not to mention the money that materialized out of nowhere.
Of course, they could get whatever they wanted without the slightest problem. As I said, their technology was advanced. In my opinion, putting on this little show served to keep the sense of cohesion tight.
In fact, the friends explained that to be able to operate among us, humans had to express their goodwill in a concrete way too. They said, help us to help you. Lots of people who were part of the Friendship story saw W-56 flying saucers. These sightings were almost always by appointment. The W-56 indicated the place, date and time, so the humans were able to get organized with film equipment. Sometimes the photos were also published. The series of a flying saucer over Milan, photographed by Gaspare Dell'Arma, ended up in Domenica del Corriere in the second issue of April 1962. The sighting had taken place at the end of February of the same year. The eyewitnesses were Gaspare de Lama, Bruno Samaciccia, and journalist Bruno Gibaudi, at the time author of numerous articles on UFOs, and one of the first journalists to seriously address the issue.
When we were on my balcony in Piazza Giulio Cesare in Milan, when that saucer was photographed, that's why he later wrote the article in the Domenica del Corriere. Besides Bruno, he was present too.
Obviously, only now, after the revelations of Professor Breccia and Gaspare de Lama, can we know what really revolved around that seemingly chance occurrence. But how much weight should we give to these claims? Gaspare still remembers one of the sightings perfectly. It happened in the countryside of Treno near Milan. There are still excellent quality photos and a film clip more deteriorated because of the decades that have passed. The W-56 asked Gaspare himself to choose the place.
I went back to Bruno and said, that's the place I chose. And then he told me, go buy some film, put it in the camera. And I said, but no, you put it in. No, you have to do everything. I said, okay. I put the film in the camera and filmed for a good 2 minutes. He wanted me to take the film out of the camera. I put it in my pocket and took it to Ferragna, which was then in Via Mattiotti, to have it developed. When I went to get it, I took it home and saw the film clip of this beautiful flying saucer that was going up and down almost to the ground.
On top of the saucer, you see a dark area, which the W-56 explained was a particular effect of condensation caused by the energy of the flying saucer. Some of the photos of the series taken in the Treno countryside were lost, but those that remain would provide evidence of the incredible sighting experienced by Gaspare de Lama and Bruno Samaciccia. While returning to Milan, the saucer followed them for a stretch, and Samaciccia took one more shot, the last of the 12 exposures on the roll.
Bruno took a photo of the same flying saucer, which had apparently reappeared there to follow us, or to give us a last farewell.
The particular phenomenon of condensation does not appear in this shot. This important series of documents was analysed to evaluate any possible falsification. Back then, digital technologies didn't exist, so it was very difficult to produce high-quality forgeries.
I accurately and specifically analysed the photographic material concerning the friendship case. I didn't find any evidence of forgery, such as a small-scale model suspended by cables, superimposed images, processing with 3D graphics.
From the images of the analyses that were made, I can confirm that the object was quite large. We're talking roughly 4 to 5 meters around, and this also agrees with the testimonies of the people I spoke with. And the object is precisely inserted into this context of lights, shadows. Therefore, it is perfectly placed in its environmental context.
As part of the friendship case, an enormous amount of photographic material and film clips about flying saucers was produced. Much has been distributed indiscriminately. Much has been lost, and even stolen. And much more is still locked in the drawers of other unknown participants who don't want to make themselves known. However, there's enough material available to give us an idea of just how incredible the events would have been. All the material that is known to date is thanks to Gaspare de Lama and Stefano Breccia.
In the friendship case, there were literally hundreds of photos, videos, audio recordings, and that's about it, since technology ended there at the time.
Over time, friendship would involve other people who took part in this incredible experience in various ways. Everybody had the opportunity to see the phenomena, and many had the chance to personally meet the W56. The number and kinds of individuals involved, in Italy alone, would be considerable.
I have a file where there are the names of, I think, 120 people who were involved in this story in some way. Those are the people I'm aware of, but who knows how many others there are that I don't know about. The people involved in friendship came from all walks of life. There was a cross-section of normal society. Friendship was also active in other countries, in France, Switzerland, Germany, particularly in Germany, but also in Siberia, in Argentina, and who knows how many other places, in Australia.
As we've seen, teleportation was one of the most impressive technological capabilities the Friends had. This system was used to materialize and dematerialize objects of various sorts, and even slips of paper with the written answers to questions asked by those who were present at the meetings.
Their technology is infinite. There were so many things I saw. The ones I remember the most were the teleports. Their film reels, or even, sometimes, written notes or film clips of flying saucers that we would then watch just came from above. They materialized in mid-air in the room. Sometimes they came from the floor and tapped me under the chair. Sometimes I saw them materialize in the air.
Along with teleportation, some of the most frequent phenomena were communications between the Friends and the humans through normal radios. This was also done their way.
Their technology was virtually indistinguishable from magic. For example, if I took two identical radios tuned into the same frequency and put them side by side awaiting their message could be heard on one radio while the other radio continued its normal broadcast as if nothing was happening. So there was obviously insane amounts of energy involved and directivity just as crazy.
So I bought myself one of those transistor radios. Bruna told me to put it there on the cabinet. In 5 minutes, they'll prepare it for you. In fact, after 5 minutes, there was a big crack. A sort of greenish flame came out, and Bruna said, "There, now it's ready." And they immediately greeted me through the radio. CG, and I could also change the frequencies. The broadcast continued.
Some of these communications were also recorded with the reel-to-reel devices existing then. Gaspare still owns some of the tapes. For the first time after so many years, the voice of the W56 is made public. Radios weren't the only communication tools used. Sometimes the Friends would also insert themselves into normal television programs.
I remember and it was interrupted and their saucers were seen flying, while in the background their voices, maybe only greeting us that time.
A fourth witness of the extraordinary events of friendship who accepted Breccia's invitation to speak is the professor of design Paolo Di Girolamo. His experience was very brief. He met the friendship group only a couple of times. Always a ufology enthusiast, Di Girolamo knew Consul Alberto Parago and journalist Bruno Ghibaldi personally, and it was precisely the latter to put him in touch with Bruno Samaciccia in Pescara. Paolo had with him a letter he'd written for the W56.
And he welcomed me into a kind of living room, so to speak. I enter, I lay this letter on the console, and I sit down on the sofa. At one point, Bruno Samaciccia says, "We should be getting some news. Let's see." He takes this radio and turns it on. The radio was playing music, and then we hear a piercing whistle. Really a very loud hissing sound. I hear Sigia here. Hello, Paolo. Be honest with us all. Be honest with us all. Be honest with us all. 3 times. Then another voice says, "Let's get the goods." Now, the goods, in my opinion, had to be a big parcel Samaciccia had taken, all lined in black and placed on top of the television set. A very loud crackle, a real blinding purple flash, just like that, and then there was nothing.
After this event, which leaves Paolo speechless, the group goes out into the street. And when they come back inside, Paolo realizes that his letter, which he'd left on the table, was gone. For a moment, they talk about who might have taken it, but nobody understands. Samaciccia's wife also denies touching it. At that point, Bruno urges everyone to go out into the street again.
There wasn't a soul in sight at all. Around midnight, or something like that. At a certain point, I feel something falls on my head. A little piece of paper all folded up. It was a scorched envelope. Open, and it was the letter I'd left on the console.
To make the phenomena possible, or to amplify them, including telepathy, which they made wide use of, the W56 used devices that were called nuclei. They could be placed in objects, in rooms, or even in the bodies of living creatures, including people.
Questi nuclei erano per loro
These nuclei were a necessary thing for them. Like if I want to receive a phone call from you, I need to have a phone at my house.
Bruno had a German shepherd named Dick. The friends told Bruno that the dog would play an important role in the contacts and in certain operations that called for the help of the humans. He would become a sort of amplifying antenna. So they asked Samaciccia to bring the dog to the seaside. And at their command, which came by telepathy, Dick was made to go into the water. At that point, the friends would treat the dog, placing nuclei under his paws. In fact, Dick was almost always with Bruno. In one of the film clips that have come to light, we see him looking out of the window while Bruno is filming a UFO circling over the palazzos of Milan, where Bruno lived for a while. It isn't the only ufological document made in Milan. One of the more controversial pieces of information that the W56 gave to their human friends concerned a conflict with an artificial race called Weirdos. but which Samachicha renamed with the term CTR, which was the contraction of the word contraries.
One of the strange things about the friendship stories is the existence of enemies, the famous contraries, the CTR. While the W56 were ethical, these others were materialistic, virtually the opposite of the W56 in every way. They didn't speak of war, but of conflict, and said one reason they were here was to keep the CTR in check.
The Friends called them science worshippers, saying the CTR were creatures without scruples. And their greatest fear was that we humans were following the same path the CTR had already covered. For the W56, the feelings of friendship, affection, love and harmony that they were creating between themselves and the human group, just as it is among human beings, were not just defining the quality of relationships.
For them, cohesion, friendship, loyalty, and things like that are not abstract concepts, but rather a living entity that they call Ureda. This living entity is fostered precisely by the sense of loyalty and was contrasted by an alter ego that was called Reda, which was essentially the opposite.
And for them, this energy served as a sort of fuel, let's say, a driving force for some of their means of defense, or anyway for their tools.
The defense instruments Gaspare talks about, the Friends explained, were also important for the conflict they had with the CTR. They explained that friendship, which Ureda originated from, was so important that if the group hadn't kept the harmony high, or if the group was even dismembered, they themselves would have fallen victims of the CTR, who might well have destroyed their bases. But this wasn't the only reason to be friends. The W56 said that love, in its most unselfish sense, as well as ethics, respect, and altruism, should guide every thought and every action. They said these values were essential to ensure a safe and healthy evolutionary progress. A lesson that humanity had to put into practice if it wanted to avoid the risk of terrible self-destruction. The mere thought of doing harm was inconceivable to the W56, and the sense of ethics, morality, pervaded their every action, their every gesture, their every thought. Even their technology, their machines, were consciously impregnated with it. A concept that for us is unimaginable.
They said they were incapable of causing harm to anyone. They said that even their very devices would refuse to harm anyone. Ethics permeated everything about them, to the point that they would refuse. Indeed, they said that if they weren't able to avoid harming someone, then in that case they would self-destruct.
It wasn't by chance that the journalist Bruno Ghibaldi was with De Lama and Samachicha during the sighting published by Domenica del Corriere. Ghibaldi was extremely involved in friendship and experienced everything there was to be tried, including the personal encounters with the W56. Stefano Breccia also knew him. He remembers very well how he joined the group.
At the time, Ghibaldi had a program on television about making model aircraft. Giancarlo had seen it by chance, and he liked this person. He asked for Bruno's permission, and Bruno agreed. As a result, Ghibaldi was brought to Milan to meet Bruno, and starting from then, also became a part of the circle.
The presence of the journalist was important because he could indirectly publicize a lot of the information that was given by the Friends.
He was a journalist who could help the case by writing about it, while we didn't have any connections like this. He had acquaintances in the field of journalism and television that we didn't have.
The pictures that Ghibaldi took of a UFO over Monte Mario in Rome attracted the attention of Cesare Zavattini. The famous filmmaker interviewed him and put the piece in a documentary film entitled The Mysteries of Rome. The words of Ghibaldi emphasized what the W-56 had said was one of their main tasks on our planet: the control of the nuclear armaments belonging to the superpowers, in the fear that man might make the terrible choice of using them, unleashing a total war. In fact, this is one of the key themes of the entire story of worldwide contactism. Adamski, Siragusa, Menja, and many other contactees received the same kind of message from extraterrestrials. And the W-56 actually intervened with their UFOs and their technology, but with previously trained terrestrial operators, to stop a situation that seemed it might lead to something irreparable. The incident occurred in 1967.
So an operation managed by human beings was launched, which was designed to disable all nuclear warheads in the Soviet Union and in the United States in the face of a situation that seemed risky, that might degenerate from one minute to the next. There are books written by officers of the US Air Force, by now retired, which tell the story of how their battery of Minuteman missiles had been rendered inactive by flying saucers revolved in the area.
One of the books referred to by engineer Breccia was written by Robert Salas and James Klotz. It contains military documents obtained through the law on the Freedom of Information, the so-called Freedom of Information Act. But there are other clues about the interest these beings had in nuclear.
Our faith goes beyond Sundays because we are Catholic every day.
I'm Catholic every day. Soy católico todos los días.
I'm Catholic every day. Take a step forward in faith at trustandhope.org.
Stickies. Less sets you free.
Their weapons. The atomic tests have always been filmed and photographed with special equipment, with technologies that can capture the very first moments of the thermonuclear explosion. In these pictures, we see the explosion in the first few microseconds, when the terrible mushroom cloud hasn't yet formed. In the third snapshot, we note the presence of an Adamskian flying saucer a few meters from the explosion. If authentic, this photo would give us an idea of the incredible technological capabilities of these creatures. Another extremely important person in the history of Italian ufology was Consul Alberto Perego, who wrote as many as 4 books between the 60s and 70s analysing the world scene and pointing out policy choices made by governments that would have been affected by the overt or covert activities of this sort of alien aviation. Many exceptionally clear photos of UFOs appeared in these volumes. Some of them were even identified as being the inside of a cockpit of a flying saucer. Perego cited the dates and locations of the sightings, but never mentioned the name of the authors of the photos. The places were almost always the classic zones where the W-56 and the Friendship Group were active. Milan, Pescara, Francavilla, Montesilvano. And in fact, the photos were made precisely by the people who were part of Friendship. But we've only learned this today. For Gaspare da Lama, Alberto Perego was of paramount importance. Perego introduced him to the comprehension of the profound implications of the UFO phenomenon and contactism, at a time when it was extremely difficult to find material about these issues in Italian.
And then he told me how things were according to him. Naturally, I reeled a bit of the chair because I didn't expect it. He really knew. I mean, he'd understood a lot. He'd understood. A man of great valor, an idealist, a pure man. He, too, was amazing, very cultured.
Perego also announced to Gaspare that he intended to publish a book where he would reveal everything he knew about the presence in our midst of beings from other worlds, a proposal that never materialized, however. Among the correspondence that Gaspare has kept are letters written by Consul Perego himself. In one of these, among other things, he talks about his intention to publish the book, I'll Tell All. Other statements made in this excerpt of the letter are also very interesting.
Dear, I imagine you've guessed my bitter experience of recent years. For the revelation of the new reality, I'd bet on two men who have disappeared from the scene, John 23 and Kennedy. As is well known, Kennedy died 5 days before my report went into circulation. As you've seen, everyone keeps quiet or pretends not to know. In 1965, I hope to publish I'll Tell All, but I believe I've already said a good deal. I'm sending you with best wishes, the most affectionate remembrance, Alberto Perego.
But the alleged tasks of these creatures would have been others as well. Another purpose of the presence of the W56 was to help our evolutionary process, to push us to a higher level of understanding. That's why they had been on our planet for a very long time, and even shared with us some of our suffering in the matter. They also revealed that their real name was Acri. Stefano Breccia has done research on this name, discovering some very interesting aspects.
The word Acri is a plural noun in Sanskrit that means the sages. At that point, I tried to see it in Egyptian, and I discovered that there are two very similar words. The first term, Akriyu, is the name of these divinities, which usually means the wise people. Then it occurred to me to inquire into other languages. I discovered that in classical Greek, Akri means Akeo, or people in high places. In classical Arabic, Akri means group of friends, or something like that. As a proper noun, the word is fairly common, fairly widespread.
But this wouldn't be the only trace. Years ago, Count Richard Cianfrè gave the Italian contactee Eugenio Saragusa a strange handwritten letter from Voltaire. It was addressed to the legendary Count of Saint-Germain. The text contains enlightening phrases that would fit perfectly into the context of an alleged alien presence in human history.
6th of June, 1761. I am answering your letter of April, Lord, in which the appalling revelations make the old man that I have become a confidant to your most terrible secrets, the day of his death. Thank you, Germaine. Your long road through time will be illuminated by my friendship for you. Even at the time of your revelations about the middle of the 20th century. Because of time, the talking pictures will not be able to be stored in memory. May your wonderful flying machines bring you back to me. Farewell, my friend. Voltaire, Gentleman of the King.
What were the talking pictures that Voltaire refers to? And your wonderful flying machines? What had Voltaire seen? Who was the legendary Count of Saint-Germain really? The epilogue of friendship arrived at the end of the 70s because, unfortunately, the people who revolved around Samachicha failed to deliver on the expectations of the Cosmic Friends. The group gradually and irreversibly fell apart. the red disappeared and the fears of the W-56 seemed to come true. This dramatic moment coincided with the phenomena of the Adriatic, the great wave of sightings that occurred between October 78 and January 79.
Officially, the story ended when the CTR managed to get the better. The story is quite difficult to believe from many perspectives. According to me, the adventure of 78 was the surprise ending. I mean, these people were probably fed up with Summer Chicha and company and decided to bow out in a spectacular way. In my opinion, it continued to go on, and I have good evidence of this fact in Italy as well as abroad.
Even if the entire story of friendship seems like an incredible science fiction tale rather than an incident that really happened, despite the great controversy about its authenticity, given what has emerged so far, it's difficult to maintain that it had all been an invention.
Believe it, don't believe it. In any case, we can't help but take into consideration the testimonies of the protagonists and the material that refers to these testimonies.
According to eyewitnesses, the sightings, the teleporting, and all the other impressive phenomena that appeared were not, however, the real reason these beings were on Earth. The Friends defined themselves as the precursors of the spirit world. In the end, the real essence, the soul of this relationship, which unfortunately ended up badly because of human shortcomings, is the immense example of love, dedication, and respect that they impressed in the heart of the eyewitnesses still living.
The most valuable teachings that I received from among them is this momentum they gave us, and this endeavor, perhaps gone amiss, that they've made to love each other truly, to be close-knit, and to be united. They enriched me. They put me into contact with an almost impossible world full of love.
It was also an exciting experience. Very exciting and magnificent. The feeling that the W-56 transmitted was one of great friendship and love.
There would be much more to say about friendship. Before leaving, the Friends promised to come back and created a bond with the few remaining humans with an oath of mutual fidelity. Even today, these people believe that there are indeed special friends that could help us, or who, in all probability, have never stopped doing so.
Over the last 25 years, we cut child deaths in half. Now, it looks like 2025 will be the first year this century where the number of children dying is going to go up. I remain optimistic that we could get childhood deaths down from the current 5 million a year down to around 2 million. We're at a crossroads, and we're asking people to step up and remain committed to all of humanity, especially its children.
Come trick-or-treat down Sesame Street during the Count's Halloween Spooktacular. It's silly, not too spooky fun for everyone at Sesame Place, Philadelphia. Buy a 2026 season pass, get the rest of 2025 free. Hurry, offer ends soon.
The Maltese archipelago consists of 5 islands in the central Mediterranean Sea. Positioned 60 miles to the south of Sicily, only 3 of these islands are inhabited. Malta Island, which is the largest, along with Gozo and Comino. Malta has a long history going back at least 7,000 years, with a wide range of archaeological remains, from the megalithic temples and underground chambers of prehistory to the Baroque architecture of the medieval period. The most spectacular and enigmatic of the ancient remains on Malta are the Neolithic temples and tombs, built 1,000 years before the pyramids. And Malta has the oldest freestanding stone buildings in the world. One of the most fascinating and mysterious of these megalithic structures is known as the Hall Sophlieni Hypogeum. A hypogeum is a subterranean rock-cut chamber of an ancient building, and there are a number of these type of monuments spread across the Mediterranean, in southern France, Sicily, Sardinia, and Crete. The Hall Sophlieni Hypogeum is an underground tomb and temple complex, extending for around 5,380 square feet, and is located in the town of Paola, which is in the south of Malta Island. The site was discovered by accident in 1902 when workers digging cisterns for new houses above broke through the roof of one of the chambers. The first excavations at the site were performed by Father Emmanuel Magri of the Society of Jesus, and later continued by Dr. Tanis Zamit, the first curator of Malta's Museums Department. Between 1905 and 1911, Zamit excavated a fascinating collection of archaeological material from the complex, including human remains, pottery, beads, amulets, and figurines, and he wrote a series of reports of his work at the site that was published from 1910 onward. The Hypogeum was first opened to the public in 1908, while excavations were still taking place. The Hall Sophlieni Hypogeum consists of a series of oval chambers, halls, and niches, set on 3 levels, one underneath the other. Incredibly, the underground structures were all carved out of solid rock in semi-darkness, allegedly using stone mallets and antler picks, and later smoothed over using flint implements. The upper level of the complex consists of a hollow with a central passageway, with burial chambers cut into the natural caves on each side. This is the oldest level of the Hypogeum, in use from 3600 BC to 3300 BC, and is similar in plan to earlier rock-cut tombs found elsewhere on the islands, such as the Shamshia tombs, which date to around 4000 BC. The middle level, 3300 and was cut into the subsurface rock as an extension of the upper level of the structure. This level exhibits exquisite stoneworking skill in the elaborately carved trilithons, which are a construction with two upright posts with a horizontal one set on top. The trilithons are set in imitation of the built masonry of the above-ground megalithic structures found elsewhere on Malta. This level also contains some of the most important features of the Hypogean monument, such as the main chamber, the oracle room, and the Holy of the Holies. Most of the wall surfaces in the main chamber originally had a wash of red ochre, tracing out spiral and honeycomb designs, some of which are still visible today. The famous Sleeping Lady, a 12-centimeter long reclining terracotta figure with traces of red ochre, was recovered either from here or a nearby room which is known as the Snake Pit. Believed to date from around 3000 BC, this corpulent ceramic figure is naked to the waist and wears a fringed skirt. She appears to be in a deep, tranquil sleep on a bed with a rush mattress, along with other similar figurines from the Neolithic sites on Malta and elsewhere in the Mediterranean. The Sleeping Lady has been used as evidence for the theory of universal peace-loving Mother Goddess, or Great Goddess worship in prehistory, proposed by a number of researchers. One interesting theory regarding the Sleeping Lady, whether goddess or not, is that either in a trance or asleep, she may represent a place in the Hypogean where dreams or trance visions were interpreted by priests or priestesses. Such a dark subterranean context would have been ideal for the stimulation of such states as it would induce dreams and visions. Alternatively, because the area was used for burials, the statue may be a representation of eternal sleep. The enigmatic Sleeping Lady figurine is now on display at the National Museum of Archaeology in Valletta, the capital city of Malta. Also on the middle level, the roughly rectangular oracle room has an elaborately decorated ceiling of ochre-painted spirals and a fascinating side chamber, which has the property to amplify and echo a deep human voice. This is referred to as a resonance chamber. Whether this intriguing effect was intentional or not is difficult to say, though the possibility that these strange acoustics were utilized in some religious ceremonies performed in the chambers is an intriguing one. The chamber resonates at an intriguing 111 Hz, which is known to be a healing frequency. Immersing yourself in this frequency can help increase the healing process of internal and external wounds. The Holy of the Holies is perhaps the most elaborately decorated room in the whole complex, with its trilithon door frame and pierced stone or porthole entrance, reflecting the architecture of Maltese freestanding Neolithic monuments. The third and lowest level of the Hypogean is 35 feet below street level and has been dated to 3150 to 2500 BC. It consists of a maze of chambers, which were filled with water when discovered in the early 1900s. As there have been no finds of either bones or artifacts from this level, it has been suggested that these chambers here may have been designed as storage for water or grain. Water storage has also been put forward as the possible function of the Hypogean at Knossos on Crete, dated between 2150 and 2000 BC. The primary function of the Hypogean site was certainly as a cemetery, as around 7,000 skeletons have been found in the chambers, ranging in date from 3600 to 2500 BC. In other words, spanning the life of the site itself. This amount of human remains is significantly higher than the tombs could have housed at any one period, indicating, along with the dates of the skeletons, that the complex was used for burials over several centuries. The fact that no human remains were discovered in some rooms, such as the Holy of Holies, would suggest other functions for these parts of the site. Perhaps they were used for funerary rituals involving priests contacting the ancestors. An interesting clue to one of the original functions of the Hypogean is the resemblance of the site to natural caves. the near darkness of the original subterranean chambers and passageways is a little difficult to imagine nowadays with the brightness of the artificial lighting of the site. But originally, whoever was allowed to venture down into the depths of the hypogeum would only have had the dim light of animal fat lamps to help them through the maze of rooms, passageways, and niches. Perhaps what took place inside the hypogeum involved some kind of procession or ritual initiation through the disorienting labyrinth structure, which included passing through porthole entrances into particularly restricted shrines. Such a mysterious subterranean structure as the hypogeum is bound to generate its own legends and folklore. Indeed, there are a host of legendary tales associated with the hypogeum, from disappearing parties of school children to subterranean monsters and underground alien bases. The majority of these stories can be traced back to an article by Richard Walter in the August 1940 edition of the National Geographic magazine entitled Wanderers Awheel in Malta. This wartime piece discusses the various underground passageways on Malta being used as part of the fortifications and defense system of the island. It also states that at one time it was possible to traverse the island using these tunnels, but the government closed the entrances to these tunnels after school children and their teachers became lost in the labyrinth while on a study tour and never returned. Apparently, the parents of the children claimed they could hear cries of the children for weeks afterwards, coming from under the ground in several parts of the island, as if some strange phenomena was beckoning others to their doom. In this single article from the National Geographic lies the origin of a host of contemporary folklore about disappearances and secret tunnels underneath the hypogeum, which has been mostly built up on the internet. The problem is that the original National Geographic article cites no sources for the tale, and no contemporary accounts of the tragedy have ever been discovered. The hypogeum is not mentioned by name in the article, so we are not even sure if the alleged incident even occurred there. The story has the ring of local folklore, perhaps a tale concocted to keep children away from the dangerous tunnels. It also brings to mind the mysterious disappearance of the Australian schoolgirls in Joan Lindsay's novel, Picnic at Hanging Rock, 1967, for many years believed to be a true incident, despite the protestations of the author of the novel. Thanks to a number of stories published first in the 1960s and copied on the internet over the past decade or so, the folklore of the alleged hypogeum disappearance has taken on a life of its own. According to these stories, which conveniently don't cite any sources, 30 children vanished with their teachers while on a study tour of the hypogeum. New elements with no foundation in fact whatsoever were added to the archaeology of the hypogeum site itself to make the supposed disappearance more alluring. So we have 30,000 bodies discovered by archaeologists in the chambers, not 7,000. And the remains were all human sacrifices to some underworld god. In the best traditions of the modern folklore of underground archaeological sites, the tunnels underneath the hypogeum are said to stretch for hundreds of miles, all the way to the catacombs underneath Rome, improving on the original National Geographic article. We are told that a British embassy worker, or in some accounts an American tourist, called Miss Lois Jessup, discovered a series of tunnels underneath the lower level of the hypogeum, and in an unexplored cavern, she encountered several large hairy creatures with strange powers. Apparently, she later learned that this was the same cavern where the children and their teachers had disappeared sometime in the 1940s, after which the entrance of the hypogeum was sealed off, and nobody was allowed to investigate the site. From working at the British Embassy, Miss Lois Jessup went on to become secretary of the New York Flying Saucer Information Group. The sources for these bizarre stories include a 1960s printed lecture by one-time director of Borderland Sciences Research Foundation, Riley Crabb, called The
Damn, I've been on live that fucking long. Thought I stopped it.
Malta, Entrance to the Cavern World, in a 1966 book title, Enigma Fantastique, by W. Gordon Allen, essentially a reprint of the Crow.
Test. Better, 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 better. Alright, let's get it. La 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 la. What was that doing up here? Alright, let's get it. La 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 la.
Oh, are you over it then?
Hold on, am I? I need some more days now. My lady from the so I took a couple of the mushrooms. Yeah, my room is all colored. Yeah, I want to fit the cheeks and wings. Smoking on a fun where better believe me. Hang up the shot my dog, she shot my dog. Only got one poor left. She took my house, I'm in the trailer. When I stole all my heavy cans of the best. Rolling that pan on my head, when I be noticing it, when I be just the heart.
In the mood for an easy sesh? Then this is the challenge for you. It's go time. line challenge is pretty low-key. I'm thinking you'll crush it. You got this. Back to the start. You got this. Let's go. Let's give it another go. this relatively easy challenge. And go.
Holler at y'all later.